Hello, beautiful people. How are all of you doing today? How do you do, chat? Yeah, Lud. Sorry, I'm posting that. I'll do that now. I'll do that now. So how about let's open the meta roundup submissions first things today. Um, okay, business. Let me make a community post. Fucking Codis. Hello, beautiful people. Meta roundup submissions open again. Post your submissions here. Here's the response sheet. You have a special place in my heart. Actually, wait. I'll also be recording the XILONEN Ask Zajef today on stream. So come ask your questions if you're interested. Alright, mods, if you want to post one on Discord, I'm too lazy to do that one. You can do it. I believe in you. Chat, I'm sad to see the dark chocolate Toblerone is discontinued in the UK. That's crazy. Why the fuck is Toblerone an automated word? No, Lud, I meant the meta roundup thing, not the... not the Acid Jeff thing. Wait, training guide? What the fuck is that? Oh. I see. Damn, they're telling me my Bennett build is ass. That's fucked up. Oh, and I need to upgrade this. Damn, that's fucked. Wait, what's wrong with my Chaska build? Oh, okay, that's fair, actually. That's fair, actually. Wait, you're telling me? Okay, dude. Nah. Nah, that's crazy. Oh my god. That's... look at him. Look at him. He's full. Chat, he's full. He might be my only character that's full. That's crazy. What about my sucrose? Okay, my sucrose is full too. What about my gumming? My gumming is full too. Okay. Whatever. Let's do this. Ah. Is your Arlecchino triple crown? Fuck no. Arlecchino is like 10-6-6, 10-8-6, something like that. Why would I triple crown Arlecchino? I can't. Oh, pre-locked flower. That's a good sign. That's a good sign. I'd rather see a pre-locked Sands over a pre-locked flower, but I can't complain. That's ass. And I mean, that could be good, but it's unlikely to be a major upgrade. I triple crown Raiden. Raiden only deserves one crown. This is the crown she deserves. Oh. Oh. Wait, Lud, do you have modification permissions for 7TV emotes? A double pre-lock. Oh shit. Yes, okay, you can remove it then. Meh. Okay. That's disappointing. That's quite disappointing. Yeah, I got clickbaited like crazy there. Would this give you work in melt themes? Does it require more than Seat Lolly? It's the same amount as Rosaria. It's a little less than Seat Lolly, but kind of the same. Okay. I'll log that. Got in more stats autolog other than double crit? Yeah. It autologs whenever there's 3 of crit attack EM. Or if it's a 3-liner, if there's 2 it logs it. Is leveling Chevy to 90 mandatory? Bro. No. It helps, but it's not mandatory. It's hard to get 40k HP on a support set if you're not level 90. I'll log that, I guess. That's a good piece if I end up using it on a character like Gumming, but that can stack the set properly. Does this if you have a way to front load at like Citlali Burst? It won't front load it as well, but her burst is 2U at least. Do with 40k HP, level 70 Chevy. Yeah, but is she on Noblesse or Song of Days Past? No, she's on fucking Doobie Zoobies HP. Bucko. Or she's on fucking Black Tassel. Tassel, yeah. Alright, last artifact of the day. Damn. Like, personally, I'm on Song of Days Past, and I'm just barely at 40k. At level 90. Triple HP, yup. How's this Kirk build looking? It's looking pretty good, actually. And I have a bunch of +0 pieces that I could level that might be upgrades, but that aren't really good enough to justify spending the more on a character I don't even own yet.
Add Astrip. Thank you for complete. Add Astrip.
Who do I use as my placeholder? Guess I can use him. Oh, I was using Yuemio, right. Yeah. Flower is good, Feather's a little meh. Maybe I'll level these to... Does the attack sense? Level them to 4, see if they roll double crit. They do. Level them to 8, see if they roll into crit. They do. I mean, fuck, dude. Am I ever using this? Nah. What about this? Roll the crit, please. See if we get double crit. Don't. See if we get double crit. We do. That's pretty good. I'll take that. That's an upgrade. Very nice. So right now, my only piece that's kind of underwhelming is the feather. Crit? Maybe we check some of these circlets. Roll attack. Roll attack. Roll crit. I mean, fuck, dude. I mean, bro, like, fuck. Roll crit. Not the best. Pretty ass. Oh, tragedy. It's still not that bad, but... yeah, my off pieces on goblets aren't good enough. Let's see if this rolls well. Crit. Crit. Take that. Aww. All into flat HP, please. I would hope that does not happen. So this is crit damage with 3 rolls of EM, 2 rolls of attack. That's kind of insane. This is a lot worse. But I guess if on a character that wants TOM 5, this is pretty good. So I'll still keep it. There's no way this is good, right? Characters that want ER on Petra are gonna need 5, so I can't use something that doesn't have crit rate, right? I believe. Crit or attack. I mean... it's like a side grade, maybe an upgrade. I guess. Slight upgrade, perhaps. Oh shit. Thank you for the 10 gifted, build tree. Where did that come from? So this is my Skirk stats right now. She is gonna be on Blackcliff probably. So I don't even have a 565 base bow, huh? That's crazy. I don't have my sack bow fully leveled. You can pretend like Elegy is 565. It's close enough. A little bit under 2000 attack. You get 19.2 crit rate from Yule. I get a feeling Skirk is going to be crit rate Ascension too. So... I think she's gonna be crit damage. I think if she's crit damage, her best set is gonna be Blither's Rare. So I really doubt it'll be crit damage. I think it'll be crit rate as a way to encourage you to use her signature set. I think it makes a lot more sense that way. Okay, by the way, I still can't believe I got as lucky as I did for Arlecchino yesterday. Like, this piece is so fucking good. I'm so happy with that, man. Should we do some more strongbox? I'm kinda down. Maybe I'll be top 1% Arlecchino soon, chat. Who knows? Right now, the main thing I'm looking for is a really good... Is it feather or flower? I forgot. It's one of the two that I need. I don't remember which one. Which one is it? Flower? Now it all makes sense. What? Oh, I see. Where is Arlecchino? It's flower. Okay.
There's a lot that goes into managing it.
My feather's alright. Like, it doesn't have a lot of CV, but it has a lot of stats. So I need something really good to get an improvement on it. Prage double crit flower. I wouldn't even level every double crit flower. I wouldn't level a 3-liner that has a useless third stat. I mean, I'll love that, sure. Alright, that has crit rate and EM as a 4-liner. Like, something like this isn't good enough to level. Is there a possibility we ever get an HP scaler that uses this set? Probably not, but I'll lock it anyways. Pretty bad stuff. Eh. 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 PP Swimsy's attack? Yeah, I know. That's why I feel like we won't get any. Eh. These aren't enough, chat. Yikers. Yikers. Nothing good today. I mean, I got such good upgrades last time, I can't really complain. Is this worth locking? Probably not, right? I mean, maybe. Whatever. Okay, that's probably worth locking. It's not a double crit piece, but it's a 4-liner with 3 useful rolls. That's worth locking. There's only 2 useful rolls, so it's not. We're almost out, chat. Almost out of pieces to Strongbox. Almost Jover. I'll use something that's locked that shouldn't be locked. Like this. Well, maybe not actually. Well, yeah, actually like this. Chat. 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 This is actually pretty good, but I already have a good sense, so... Okay, this 4.1% better fucking stay 4.1%. That's a min roll, but honestly, I'll take it. Fuck, that's so funny. Alright. What can I ditch? What do I never use? I use this one sometimes. I use this one sometimes. This one's pretty ass. I can ditch this one. Alright, 4.1% better stay 4.1%. I mean, whatever. Just don't. Okay, that's. I mean, well, I mean, I mean, it's an upgrade, right? In Melt, but it's not actually an upgrade in Overload. It's a pretty big upgrade in Melt, though. It's a pretty fucking big upgrade in Melt, actually.
Soil, making sure the temperature.
Let's update it. See if we break into top 1. We're top to 2.3. Sure, whatever. Oh, it doesn't say the percentage here, right? It just says the number? That's so stupid. Why doesn't it say the percentage on this screen, man? I hate it. Whatever. We were top 2.3. Is your whimsy damage gone above your glad say? Yeah. It did that once I strongboxed that circlet yesterday or 2 days ago. Okay. And now if we update 2.6, How the fuck did we go down? That doesn't make any sense. It's a better artifact. What? That's vape? Yeah, but still. Is this fucking C2 Kazuha?
Use it or lose it. So, wanna train with me sometime?
How do I... No. It doesn't make any sense, man. But I guess it's not an upgrade. Maybe it's just because my crit ratio is a little too skewed with this, but it's not even that bad. Eh, whatever. I'll stick to this. Hi, cheers from Brazil. Hello. Too many people talking about Escoffier buffing many units, but no one talks about Ayato. Can he become relevant again with her? What's your opinion? Relevant is a very vague word to use. Will Escoffier improve Ayato's teams? Yes, significantly so. Will they make Ayato good? Well, Ayato won't be better than using pretty much any other Cryo or Hydro character in those teams, right? If you're doing, like, Escoffier, Ayato, we're gonna use Charlotte as a placeholder for Escoffier, Citlali for Rina, right? This won't be better than using Yelan instead. But it will be a pretty sizable upgrade over Ayato's current teams, yes. So if you're someone who really likes Hayato and is gonna play him no matter what, then Escoffier is pretty pog for you, for sure. Would Singso be better in that slot? Yeah. Maybe not in AoE, who knows? Daily peak early? Sure, we can do the peak. Sounds like a plan. What's the mods we need for Escoffier? Oh, it's the dynamic gears? I have a lot of those, don't I? I think. Yeah, I have a lot of those. So they're not a problem. Cool.
Why me?
Why me? Why me?
Be careful! Watch out for low-flying rebels! Good. Hands where I can see 'em. Control breathing. Let's light it up. Wrath from the sky. Time.
I just fucking wasted an E because I double-clicked by accident. Oh.
Look out below. Stop right there. Start the pyroclastic surge.
Oh, fucking hell. I lost an E because I Night's Hole transmissions. We're gonna skip the phase? No, we're not. We did not skip the phase.
Why me?
We were close to skipping it, though.
You asked for it. On my mark.
I don't need to burst here. Oh, I fucking... God, I hate Night's Hole transmission so much. Oh my god. Wait, what? I got an achievement? Is it an achievement to kill it while it's knocked down after his attack? It is. That's cool. Do not let it unleash its Saurian Stomp. What the fuck is a Saurian Stomp? The 3-pillar attack? Wait. Oh, the one where you, if you fail to break the pillars. Oh, I don't think I've ever let it unleash that attack. I don't even know what he does. I see. Check the minus 15k. Alright, I'll do that. Team building. What the fuck is that? No. I mean, it's just Ayato and 3 wheelchairs. That... But these wheelchairs don't look like wheelchairs at first glance, so I don't know. I don't think it's gonna look good when it's small. This looks like a fucking mix between a, like, Chinese alphabet character and letter from, like, the Pokemon letters. I don't know what you call them. But, like, the Pokemons that are letters with an I in them. Unknowns. That. Unknowns. I see. Yeah, those things. It looks like a mix between those two things. It doesn't a lot more than wheelchairs. You want photorealistic wheelchairs? Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. It's pronounced unown because when you have one, you want to unown it. I see. Good one. Eu des pensées suicidaires et j'en suis peu fier. Je crois parfois que c'est la seule manière de les faire taire. Can you try Malika Chongyan second side? Why? I mean, sure, but why? I'd rather play Arlecchino, honestly. I finally got an upgrade to my Arlecchino build lately, and now, I don't know, I have an actual incentive to play her, and it feels nice. Yeah. J'ai parfois eu des gens c'est la seule manière de faire taire ces pensées qui me font vivre un enfer. Ces pensées qui me font vivre un enfer. He dies to this, right? Yeah. Didn't need to try to iframe that. Oops. get it. I'll intentionally wait a little here. So I can use my E at the start of my rotation here. So I can start with max bond of life. Not that I needed to, but who cares? Okay. Why is Veresa the most fun DPS in this game? I know, right? Is he gonna dodge that? Yeah. He's also gonna be very annoying about the Bennett buff, but it is what it is, I guess. Actually, this is probably good. Because it means I get to finish my rotation properly. Okay, never mind. Good enough. Good enough. And did you say Reza's new favorite unit in game even higher than Arlecchino? Unit maybe not, but carry probably. Oh, we got bad RNG. Oops. He didn't proc 5. We should have booked. Ah, that's okay. Can you try Yuimiya so I can... Listen, we'll try you. Okay, I appreciate the 10 gifted you gave, but like, that's not enough to make me play Yuimiya. Alright? If you think you can bribe me to play Yuimiya, you're right, but if you think 10 gifted is enough, you are fucking naive and stupid. Like, the DPS requirements are actually pretty high, and there's a pyro-resistant enemy. It's gonna be rough for you, yeah. I don't got a lot of gifteds in me, it's okay. I'm not trying to extort you. I'm trying to make you understand that some things are just above your means, unfortunately. And making me play Yoimiya probably falls into that category. Is that another way of calling you poor? I mean, if I say purchasing the land deed to the White House of the United States is probably above your means, am I calling you poor, or am I just saying that's expensive? You know? Like,
weeding, fertilizing the soil, making sure the temperature is right.
some things being too expensive for you is not... It doesn't mean you're poor. You gave me a first half then? Okay, I don't think you would. Okay, whatever. Yeah. Is Yol even that bad? This abyss is mostly single target. Well, you need to understand, okay? Skipping past the whale stuff. There's a lot of whale UAV sims. What the fuck? Okay. Is this the highest non-whale? It is, yeah. Yoimiya's highest non-whale C0 sim is TF Yoimiya. And this is the team damage distribution. She's doing less than half. This is a team where Chevaleuse is on 20k HP because it's better to give her offensive stats than it is to give Yoimiya 20% attack. And this is Yoimiya's best sim. Like, when you look at C0 Ayato stuff, Mono Hydro Ayato is 72k. Yoimiya's best sim, 72k. You need to understand, okay? Just because Yoimiya is bad in AoE doesn't actually make her good in single target. Unfortunately, that's not how it works. Like, on release, she was competitive with poorly played Hu Tao. But Hu Tao got a lot of improvements to her teams, mainly with Farina. And Yoimiya's best team doesn't use Farina. Right, like if you look at the Yoimiya teams that sim well at C0, right? You've got one with Chevalers, which is a new reunit, but right below it, Yelan, Fischl, Bennett. Effectively, what that means is that since Yelan's release, Yoimiya's teams haven't really gotten better. She's gotten more options that are competitive with this team, but they didn't really improve. If you look at Hu Tao, on the other hand, right, 91k. I mean, there's this one too, I guess. But no, that's C1. Sorry. Never mind. That one's C1 Hu Tao. That's also C1. Have I missed any? I don't think so. This is not C1. Yeah. So this is the highest sim for units that were released like before Yelan or before 3.0, right? It's at 80k, and her current best teams are at like 90k. So she actually got an increase over time. Basically, Yoimiya was already worse than Hu Tao, and she didn't really get any notable upgrade over the years. So now she's a lot worse. And honestly, Hu Tao is barely keeping up. Even in single target, with the good AoE carries nowadays. So, yeah. It's even harsher for Yoimiya. That shouldn't stop you from playing her. I mean, that shouldn't stop someone who likes Yoimiya from playing her. But I don't like Yoimiya, so it definitely is enough to stop me from playing her. How much better are her wheelchair teams? Fortunately, Yoimiya's wheelchair teams are not better than her default teams. At the very least, she's not so bad that her wheelchair teams are better than the non-wheelchair ones. Pre-Escoffier. I think that changes with Escoffier, but to be fair, if you wheelchair Yoimiya with Escoffier, it's not really a wheelchair team, because it's still a Vape Yoimiya team, right? It's Vape Melt Yoimiya, actually. Surely Hyper Bloom don't use Yoimiya is better than Yoimiya Hyper? I don't think so. think Yoimiya's best teams are slightly better than 3-unit Hyperbloom. Right? She was at like 72k. And 3-unit Hyperbloom. I think they actually do have a sim for 3-unit Hyperbloom somewhere. I mean, Chi-Chi is at 67k, right? 3-unit Hyperbloom is at 65. Alright, and Yoimiya's best teams were at like 72-ish. So it's slightly better. Actually, I wonder what combo they use for the sim on Yoimiya. I wonder if they do RR cancels. I'm actually very curious about that. Both the TF teams and the normal ones. No, they just do 5. Wait, what? Are these getting infused? Or not? Check the sample. The first one is gonna burst, right? Yeah. At 16 we burst. What about at 32? Okay, it's not... Okay, never mind. It's only the N1 that's getting it. Okay. So this is a pretty reasonable sim, actually. Play Yol, I'm new and don't have any idea how bad she is. Yes, surely you would use Yol instead of Yoimiya if you were new. Mr. Following since August 4, 2024, 643 messages. Caught? Caught? What's the sim for this one? It's also N5D. Interesting. I mean, okay, honestly, the fact that her best team is TF kind of makes me want to play her anyways. So, let's do it. I will say, it's fucking hilarious that it's not even a double skill Yoimiya rotation. TF is literally just there to take the burst, or the rotation length from 18 to 16. Because of this. And to help with the fact that we're getting a lot of overload damage from her. Like, overload for Yoimiya is doing 5k damage. Which is like a seventh of her damage. Wait a second. 72.7k. Tell me this isn't better. EM Sans is better. No! 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 It can't be! No! Fuck! That's disgusting! No! Fuck! No! No! Oh no! It ain't called underload. Fuck me. Okay, that's... Wait, what about this one then? Okay, this one already has EM Sense. What if we, instead of using Shimenawa's, use Gilded Dreams? 72.4? Does GD work? Yeah. Okay, it's not better. What about Crimson Witch? It's not better either. Okay. Thank God. Thank God. What about Scroll? It won't be better. There's no shot it's better. Fucking God, how do you... Whatever. Get me out. Yeah, official doesn't get the scroll. Alright, I don't think I have a Pyro Goblet for this, right? But I do have an EM Goblet. Oh, cooked. Cooked. I guess we use this. 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 What are they doing for the rotation? Bennett. Oh, they start with a fucking official charge shot. That's fake. Okay. But it's Bennett, Chevy, official Uemia. I'll just do... Is that even gonna work for this? Should be... Yeah, this is gonna be tough. This is gonna be pretty fucking tough. Let's hope we'll be fine. First side at the surprise of everyone present, he's gonna play Varissa. Holy. I can't believe it. Did you just play Xiangling? She is kind of the goat for this abyss. Yeah. Playing Brisa so she cancels out the pain from the second side? Yeah, pretty much. I'm not gonna fucking reach it anyways. Why bother? Alright. That. Oh, I'm fucking cooked. Oh, we are fucking cooked. We won't clear in time. I fucked up. Okay. I need to not try to hit it before I break the pearl. That's on me though. My official E didn't hit the horse, which meant that I started with a pyro aura instead of an electro aura, and because half of her damage is triggering overload, it completely gimped her damage. Alright. Let's do that better this time. I'm just gonna skip the first. pause isn't hitting. And he's re-shielding immediately? What the fuck? And her ult missed? The fuck do you mean? I didn't even know it could! Nah. Her ult missed?! Fuck, she's dog shit! My god! It's fine. At least you're having fun playing Barista? Yeah, pretty much. I'll just do this, honestly. You goddamn idiot. What? Already? We are kind of cooked, but it's fine. We don't have enough energy to Bennett Burst here, so we gotta accept that and just not use Bennett Burst. It missed again. Okay, I think we're good. Okay. We survived. Big. We survived the pain of doing whatever the fuck that was. I don't even know why I even cared about dropping that Guoba down. I guess for the particles, it's not bad. It dies to this, right? Yeah. Not the best, but that's okay. How cooked is my energy?
Drop your weapon.
Not too cooked. Okay, thank goodness.
Time for a light show. Goes the ship down. Justice will prevail. Final. Teamwork is fire hazard.
This is gonna be cooked though.
Stop right there.
Is my Chevy not on 5? Or am I just getting bad RNG?
Time for a light show. Hands where I can see. Going in. Fire hazard. Super freeze. Odds reveal the final warning.
We're fucking cooked, by the way. That's on me. I didn't make sure I had my bursts available. That's on me. Why is her damage so low? She's on EM Sans because it's better to maximize the overload damage.
Quick as a flash.
She's also on TF because making her rotations a little bit shorter to maximize official damage is better than giving her personal damage. If that makes you sad, that's kind of normal. Yeah, it's definitely a little bit of a tragedy that
Control breathing. Get them.
that's the best way to play Yoimiya.
Justice o'clock. Headbutt. Justice o'clock. Eat this. On fire. Justice o'clock.
Oh, I missed.
Yeah. Look out below. Charge. Yeah. Bring it. Headbutt. Kapow. Justice o'clock.
4 seconds faster. Think we'll be fine. Maybe.
By royal yeah. Everybody stand back. Shadow Wing feels a split.
Oops, I missed my M5.
Goes the ship down. You asked for it. Drop your weapons. Let's
Oh,
light
you
it up.
goddamn stupid idiot.
Going in. Odds
I wonder if this is better. It's probably better. Maybe not.
Stop right there. Everybody stand. Wings. Super freeze. Fire hazard. Justice will prevail. Let's light it up. Teamwork is by royal decree. Feels a split.
Big.
Here come the fireworks. You asked for it. Drop your. Going in. Shadow Raven. Fire hazard.
E.
Final warning.
That's 7. That said 7, so even okay, good. 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 Good.
Bring it. Quick as a flash. Nice and spiky. Zero incoming. Oof. Kapow. Charge. Yeah. Yeah. Zero incoming. Yeah. Oof. Kapow. Let the mountain flames boil.
Oh.
Let's
There we go.
charge. Charge.
Alright. Thank you for making this bearable, Verissa. Is this his account? Do you think I'd be playing Yoimiya on another account? Like, if I was trying to do viewer base instead of just testing, do you think I would be intentionally submitting myself to this experience? Come on. Use your head, bucko.
By royal decree, justice will prevail. Stop. Feel the slit.
We kind of fucked up the rotation there, honestly.
Go with the ship down. I'm going in.
Oh. Cooked.
Hands where I can see 'em.
Oh, we are so fucked. He's about to go to Narnia.
Going in. Time for a light show. Drop your weapons. Do not attempt to resist.
Oh, she is on 5. Wait. It doesn't feel like she is, though.
Justice will prevail. Everybody stand. Vods revealed by fire hazard. Stop right there.
I'll just live frame this.
Going in.
Oh, I don't have the energy.
Feel the slit.
Don't fucking... Okay. We got through. Big! We did a Yoimiya clear. Are you happy, Build Tweet? Yes? Good. How much crit rate does Chevy have? Like 30. Still, that was kind of unlucky. What character do you think has the highest chance to get future upgrades? Well, at the end of the day, right? They could always decide to release... Like, let's say they want to buff... Clawline. Right? They could release a new artifact set that increases... Or that works like Echoes, but without a cooldown. Oh my god, thank you for the 10 additional gifted. Holy. Plus 20. Based. But yeah, give us something like Echoes, but that doesn't have a cooldown. And that does more than Echoes does, right? Because Clawline is the character that gets the highest number of normal attacks by far, right? If she does 6 and 3, that's 36 instances of normal attack damage. Right, because each N3 is 3 and each E is also 3. So each N3E is 6. So if you do 6, that's 36. And let's say you make it so that it gives like I don't know. Her motion value is around 120-ish per, right? A little bit over that on each attack. Because this one's at like 80, but this one's at like 50. It's like 60. It's like 125-ish motion value per, right? Make it so that each normal attack deals additional damage equal to like 40% of your attack, or 50%, or maybe even 60% of your attack, with an 18% attack 2-piece. Damage percent, motion value. Right. And so this is, what is it? It's 73.4. No. Let's use talent level 10, we might as well. 77.8 plus 49.6 divided by 2 plus 60. So each hit does around 123. And in her current teams, the damage percent she gets, let's say you got C6 Chevy. Let's say you're playing with... What else? Well, what could you be playing with? Mawika damage percent, sure, like 30. Yansan, but she doesn't really get Yansan's damage percent because she's not Nightfall positive. She gets it for a little bit of the rotation. She gets it at the start where Chevy's damage isn't maxed out. So it kind of just makes it so that you effectively get the equivalent of the full damage the whole time. That's probably it for damage percent, right? And then you also have the Bond of Life set, which is 54, right? If instead of the Bond of Life set bonus, you gained 50% motion value, it would be a 15% buff, a 14% buff to Chloe's damage. But pretty much no other character would benefit from it that much. Maybe Ayato would, but make it so that it only applies to one target, and it's not that good on Ayato anymore, right? Thing about echoes, right, is because it can only trigger every 0.2 seconds, your E only counts as 1 instead of 3 attacks. On top of that, it's affected by ping. And on top of that, on average, how much is it on average? It's 36%, this plus 20%. This is gonna be this. This is gonna be 1 minus this times this. This is gonna be 1 minus sum of 1 minus sum of these times this. Yeah. And this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So yeah. So it basically hits right, yeah. It's about every other attack gets the echoes buff. So it's 35% per attack. But you only get it on 4 of the 6 attacks instead of all 6. So that's 2/3, right? So you basically only get this 70% on 1/3 of your attacks. Which makes it like 20-something%. Assuming you don't have ping, right? And even with that, Echoes is a pretty good set for Chloe. Assuming you don't have ping, right? Even if it's at around 20% motion value per. If you just made it bigger, made something like Echoes but bigger, it would be a pretty huge buff decline. But, like, that's kind of it. Other characters wouldn't really benefit from it too much, other than maybe Ayato. And if you did that, bam, you've buffed Clyde. It's hard to decide, or it's hard to say who's the most likely to be buffed, because a character having more different ways they can be buffed doesn't mean anything unless Hoyo decides to create a situation where one of those ways happens. The character that's most likely to be buffed is the character that Hoyo wants to buff the most, because they'll just make something to buff them. But answering a slightly different question, who's the character that could be buffed by something that I think the game needs right now? Who's the character that's likely to be buffed by, or who's the character that would benefit the most from Hoyo making characters that fulfill current, like, holes in the meta? So, like, character archetypes that we don't have yet and that it would be nice if we did. I think Al-Hytham is probably the character that could benefit from stuff like that the most, right? Quicken does not have a lot of support as a reaction, and especially Spread. Aggravate has some, because all the animal characters retroactively help Aggravate, right? When Aggravate was released, a lot of the animal characters synergized with it already. But Spread just does not have much. Anyways, chat. I think it's time to record the Ask ZAJEF77. So everyone say hi to YouTube. Can you check the past 2 emote redeems? Sure. Peak. Sure, I'll add Peak. That's a good one. I like it. Team building. I'll add team building too. Oh. My 7 TV's bugged. You can add it if you want. Oh, never mind. Oh, no, it's still bugged. Yeah, it's not letting me add it. But yeah, if you want to add it, you can. Oh, never mind. It works. There you go. Alright.
All right.
Hello, beautiful people, and welcome. Hi, to Ask ZAJEF77. As usual, for the Ask ZAJEF videos, I start by talking about the overall place of a character in the meta, and then I start taking questions from chat. If you want to ask one of your questions and have that be included in the video, make sure you keep an eye out for the community posts I make on YouTube announcing that I'm recording, and be ready to come check out the stream then. Or just come check out the stream nonetheless, because you're a nice, kind viewer of mine. True. So, let's just get right into it. XILONEN is very much a meta character. She's a character who is used very, very often by many, many people. And honestly, it makes a lot of sense. She's a very generic character, in the sense that the buffs that she provides are very, very versatile. She provides resistance shred and damage percent, and while they're not omni shred, it doesn't shred every single thing, and they're also not omni buffs that buff every single thing. The elements that she shreds and buffs are decided by what's in your party. Which means that most of the time she is shredding and buffing the elements that you want to shred or buff when she's in your party. XILONEN is basically Vivi but better, in the sense that she provides shred to the same elements that can be buffed by, or that can be shredded by the Viridescent Venemer set. Geo, or fucking, of course I start with Geo. Hydro, Pyro, Electro, Cryo. And the amount that she shreds at when you crown her skill talent is 36%, which is 4% less than Viridescent Venemer, but honestly it's close enough to pretty much be the same. But she can also shred Geo. And on top of that, it lasts longer, and you don't need to trigger a specific reaction to get the shred. What that means is that in most situations, if you're comparing XILONEN to a random Animo character on VV, XILONEN will give you better results. She can use the Cinder City set because she's an Atlan character, or if you already have Cinder City on your team, she can use Instructor or Petra. And unlike a lot of other characters, her personal stats do not fucking matter at all, which means there's no real downside to using Instructor and getting a 4-star stat line instead of a 5-star stat line. Because of that, in teams where you don't already have someone else on Cinder City, she's giving you 40% damage. And in teams where you do have someone else on Cinder City, she can still give you something from the artifact set. Compare that to Citlali Eon-san, for example. When you play both of them in the same team, it's kind of hard to change their artifacts because they're so reliant on the energy generated from the 2-piece Cinder City set that changing their artifact set to something else can create pretty big energy problems for either of them. Because XILONEN's burst is not important to her buffs, she's not affected by that. The fact that her buff isn't reliant on triggering a specific reaction also means that it works against enemies that have an innate aura. For example, this current Abyss has the Hydrotulpa. If you try to bring VV against the Hydrotulpa, right, do something with this. My E hits for 11k. Oops. Still 11k after using my skill on Kazuha. Even if you get a Pyro Absorption on his skill, in order to trigger Swirl, you need to apply Animo to an enemy that has Pyro on them, and the Hydrotulpa has a Hydro Aura that you cannot remove. It's always affected by Hydro, which means you can't trigger Pyro Swirl on it. There's technically ways to fix that. Right, 14k from Goba's Shred plus EM buff on Sucrose. Oops, not what I want to do, but whatever. Of course, we fucking got a crit. 17k. You can trigger Swirl on things that are not enemies. You can trigger Swirl on yourself with Jean's self Animo application. You can trigger Swirl on spawned things that can have auras on them, like Guoba. who applies pyro to itself when it breathes fire, and who can be hit by certain animo abilities. But that requires additional setup, and it forces you to use very specific animo and pyro characters to get that. XILONEN just always gets her shred. As long as you don't have 3 unswirlable characters in your team. Right? That makes her versatile in team building, but also versatile in terms of situations. She's pretty much always going to be able to provide the things she's supposed to provide. And then on top of that, they've been putting the fucking Secret Source Automaton in Abyss all the time lately, and XILONEN provides you with a way to climb the pillars without having to do the annoying setups to like with short characters to try to climb them without special abilities. It's whatever. Anyways, all this to say, she's a very, very versatile character. On the other hand, there are not that many teams where the things, or where she is providing the largest possible available buff. And from the sort of characters and supports they've released lately, I expect that number of teams to go down with time. When it comes to teams where she is, like, part, or an important part of the team that is difficult to replace, nowadays, there are not that many characters that actually rely on her. Maoika relies on her to some extent, but Eonsan's release has given her some other options that are sometimes better than XILONEN. And because Eonsan is a 4-star, just getting 1 copy of her already creates a situation for you where if you don't have XILONEN, it's not really that big of a deal. And if you get multiple copies of Eonsan, it can even be better than XILONEN. If you have both, XILONEN is still very much usable and sometimes preferable to Eonsan. But Eonsan's release does make it so that a character like XILONEN is a bit less appealing in terms of pull value, because it's not like you need XILONEN to be able to make your team function. Other than that, characters that currently rely relatively heavily on XILONEN for their best teams are arguably Neuvillette, Mualani, that's kind of it. In terms of like the really good carries, but what about the slightly worse ones? Grizzly? Kind of, I guess? The Geo carries, sure. Ito Noel. We can talk about those. Navia, I guess, sure. Gaming for ease of use. I don't think XILONEN is all that much better than, like, double cryo. Or using Eonsan instead. So, meh, I don't know about that. And Linny? I guess Linny to some extent, but I think a bit less. But we can talk about Linny too, sure. Arlecchino? No. But yeah. Neuvillette, currently his best team uses XILONEN. His best team is Kazuha, XILONEN, Farina. But the main reason for that is because HP buffs are very rare. And we don't really have any characters that provide specific or hydro-specific buffs right now. We have Chevreuse that provides pyro and electro buffs to overload teams. We have Xianyun that provides plunge-specific buffs. We have Farazan that provides Animo-specific buffs. We have, what are the other, like, specific? We have Silali that provides melt buffs. Technically, she provides hydro buffs, but they're a lot worse than the melt buffs. We have Sucrose that gives EM buffs. But in terms of hydro character focused stuff, because Nevilet doesn't really work too well in forward vape, he doesn't really have any buffers that are dedicated to the sort of teams he's often played in. And because of a lack of niche specific supports that work with him, all that's left is the generic ones. And out of the generic ones, XILONEN is arguably the best one, which is why she's played in his teams. If you followed leaks at all, you might be aware of Escoffier's upcoming release. And Escoffier is a character who provides hydro-specific buffs, hydro and cryo-specific, to freeze teams. And Escoffier's release is going to knock XILONEN out of Nevilet's best team. It won't make that team completely irrelevant, but it is going to make it so that Nevilet's best team is not one that uses XILONEN anymore. Russell, I disagree with that. I think the fact that it's also, like, long buffs that don't need to be refreshed is such a big deal for most people. Because no one fucking refreshes the Nevilet buffs. Like, I do it because I know how important it is, but, like, you look at most people's gameplay with Nevilet, no one fucking does it. Anyways, I don't want to get hung up on that right now. Yeah. Mualani, the biggest reason why XILONEN is quite good for her is because it's often difficult to get a Hydro Swirl right before you swap to her. Because in order to get a Hydro Swirl, the enemy needs to have a Hydro Aura. But if you've already deployed your off-field Pyro, it's harder for the enemy to have a Hydro Aura. Which means most of the time, if you are using VV units, because of the short duration of VV, you have to swirl before you swap to your Pyro unit, because otherwise they won't have a Hydro Aura on them. And then by the time you swap to Mualani, you're already at half VV uptime remaining. So you end up getting 2 buffed chomps instead of all 3. And if your chomps are slightly slowed down by enemies moving or you getting hit, you'll only get 1 chomp that gets the VV buff. With XILONEN, that doesn't happen. You don't have to deal with that because the buff lasts long enough that you'll get all your chomps buffed without too much of a problem. On top of that, Mualani's teams actually often struggle to run a dedicated healer. And so, the fact that XILONEN is a character that has healing in her kit makes Mualani teams much more comfortable to play. Mualani, unlike a lot of other characters, can't really dodge. Using a dash on Mualani while you're surfing eats like half of your Night Soul, and it makes you lose 1, maybe even 2 chomps. Which means, while you can move in a specific direction if the attack doesn't have a particularly big AoE, move behind the enemy, say, not every attack can be dodged that way, which means there's going to be some unavoidable damage with her. Which makes her a bit more reliant on defensive options than other characters, even though she's an HP scaler and will be tankier. When it comes to healing options that work well in Mualani's teams, there's just honestly not that many, with the main ones being Baiju in her Burn Vape teams, and XILONEN in general. And because of that, while if you look at the best Mualani teams, the ones that don't run XILONEN aren't necessarily that much worse. In practice, because of both the reliability of her longer uptime and because of the healing, playing Mualani without XILONEN is often kind of a disaster. I'd say that nowadays, Mualani is the only character who actually still somewhat heavily relies on XILONEN. I think if you have Baiju, you're fine without XILONEN, but no one has Baiju. And if you're going to pull for a healer for a Mualani team, you'd much rather go XILONEN than Baiju. Mualani's bigger numbers make her the best Hydro DPS by a mile. Watch Neuvillette fail in clearing future abysses because of the lack of front load. Surely Mualani has better DPS than Neuvillette. Surely she's not significantly behind, even assuming everything goes perfectly, right? Loogie. But she has better AoE to make up for it. Oh boy. GC Sim Bat? Even if you GC Sim Bat, on GC Sim, Neuvillette is better than Mualani. Anyways. Let's not spend too much time talking about Mualani. Anyway, all this to say, that's pretty much it for Mualani. Mualani is probably the only character where, like, if you're a Mualani main, you really like Mualani. Getting XILONEN specifically for Mualani is actually potentially a good idea. I guess it's not necessarily the only one. There's also the Geo carries, Ito, Noelle, Navia. Navia a bit less so, because, well, honestly, Noelle too, actually. It's mostly Ito, honestly. Ito's lack of healer options prevents him from being played without Farina, or with Farina, and Farina works very well in Geo teams, so XILONEN being a healer is a pretty big deal for him. Because Noelle is a healer herself, she's a bit less reliant on that healing and can more easily justify running a triple Geo team with, like, Goro +1 instead of a XILONEN team. XILONEN is still better, but you'll get less personal damage from Noelle in a team like that, and more damage from the rest of your team. So if you're a Noelle main specifically and you really like Noelle, it might not be what you want to do. And then with Navia, it's pretty good. But Navia has a lot of options that are pretty decent, so it's not quite as necessary. Though if you're playing Navia with Maoika, XILONEN is a lot better than the alternatives because XILONEN provides fighting spirit for Maoika. Other than that, Linny teams also appreciate the longer buff uptime from XILONEN. The fact that you can get your XILONEN buff before you swap to Bennett means that you have more Bennett uptime on Linny, which is quite nice. If you're using VV instead, you have to get your VV after Bennett because the duration of VV is even shorter than the duration of Bennett's buff. Which is going to make it so you effectively get one less Linny charge shot before your buffs run out. But Linny's not necessarily that reliant on XILONEN because, especially at high investment Linny stuff, you won't necessarily need to get that last charge shot to kill the enemy. And if you don't, then the fact that XILONEN allows you to get one more charge shot before your buffs run out won't do anything. And when it comes to the other carries, stuff like Klein, for example, XILONEN is good with Klein, but not so good to make the Quicken teams better than the Overload teams. And so you're still better off not using XILONEN because XILONEN prevents Chivalry's passive from working. I got kicked out. Save. And for pretty much every other Pyro character outside of Maoika, that's a similar, there's a similar issue going. Pyro and Electro. The ones that work well in reactions, so Hu Tao, Arlecchino, Gaming, I guess Yoimiya. For Yoimiya and Arlecchino, the reaction teams aren't necessarily better, or at least much better than the Overload teams. And even when they are, you're not necessarily as reliant on XILONEN, because with Arlecchino, her damage is so front-loaded that losing a bit of VV uptime at the end of your rotation isn't really that big of a deal, which means she works a bit better with VV. With Yoimiya, her personal damage is like kind of cooked. You end up wheelchairing her, or you play her in a Chevreuse team anyways. Because her personal damage is a little cooked, she ends up often seeing better results in an overvape team with Fischl versus a traditional vape team with that hyper buffs her. And so while XILONEN can be good for them, she's far from necessary for their team building. Then both Gaming and Hu Tao have XILONEN as one of the options for their best teams, right? Hu Tao's default best teams being Hu Tao, Farina, Hydro, either Yelena or Singso, and then Healer. XILONEN is arguably the best healer here, but she's very, very similar to Xianyun, and not that much worse than a High Constellation Bennett. Or sorry, not that much better than a High Constellation Bennett. And so while she's good, she's not necessary. Gaming teams, the vape teams tend to really want to use Xianyun. Even the ones that don't use Xianyun, if you're not using Xianyun, you're probably doing double Hydro. You can do XILONEN here, but it'll be noticeably worse. If you're doing the melt teams, on the other hand, if you're doing something like this with your flex slot here, XILONEN is one of the available options. She's not better than Xianyun, but she is more flexible and often more comfortable to play. However, she's not the only alternative to Xianyun. Yonsan is also a pretty good alternative to Xianyun. Rosaria is a pretty good alternative. Diona is a pretty good alternative if you have Diona's C6. Which means, again, she's one of your options, but far from necessary. And outside of Mwalani and maybe the Geo characters, that's something you'll notice very, very often. XILONEN is almost always one of your options, but very rarely the best one. And even when she is, outside of the Geo and Mwalani teams, it's not by much. Which means if you're looking to specifically upgrade a team that you have, let's say I'm looking to specifically improve my Nevillet team. I currently have, I don't know, this shit. Or, let's say this. This is my current Nevillet team. What is going to upgrade my team more between getting XILONEN or getting a signature weapon or constellation for one of these characters? And the answer to that is getting a signature weapon or constellation for one of these characters by a pretty long shot. And that'll be the same for, honestly, most, if not all, of these. Even on Mwalani, getting a signature weapon or constellation is likely going to do more. Maybe the only ones where that net won't be the case are the ones that have really bad signature weapons or constellations. Maybe like Ito. His Sig is pretty good, but so is Serpent Spine, so if you have Serpent Spine, it might just be better to get XILONEN. Or maybe Gaming, I suppose. But yeah. So XILONEN effectively is a character that, if you're looking to specifically upgrade one of your teams, is almost never going to be the best way to spend your Primogems. However, if upgrading one of your teams is not what you're looking for, if what you're looking for is a way to make your account more versatile and more ready to tackle on abysses that counter and encourage different types of teams, then XILONEN can be a pretty good pickup. Personally, I went for XILONEN without having to think about it too much, and I don't regret it. She is a character I end up playing fairly often, and because I like going for a lot of different characters, and because I want to test a lot of characters in a lot of their available teams, because XILONEN is almost always at least one of the available teams, if I didn't get her, I'd have to borrow an account like 3 times more often than I currently do. And so for me, XILONEN was a pickup that I didn't have to think much about, and I am far from regretting. But just because that's what happened for me doesn't necessarily mean it'll be the same for you. If you're someone who really likes Kniech, for example, one of your teams is Kniech, let's say with Malika or some shit, and you really like Varesa, and your other team is this, XILONEN won't make your 2 teams, even if you get her. Even if you're playing a character who can potentially make one of your teams, like Nevillet, if you know for a fact that you will always be playing your Nevillet and that your other side doesn't need XILONEN, because, say, you're playing a Kniech team, XILONEN might not be a better pickup than getting a signature or constellation. She also might not be a better pickup than the upcoming Escoffier. The reason why I talk about XILONEN often not necessarily being the best character for a lot of different carries is because your Primogem income is limited if you don't spend any money in this game, which you shouldn't. Don't spend money on this shit game, true. And with a limited Primogem income, feeling like you have to go for a specific character because everyone touts them as the best character in the game, the most versatile support, whatever, effectively means that you'll have less primos to go for the characters you want, the characters that you want because you just like them specifically, or even the characters that you want because they're good for the carries you like playing. And XILONEN is almost never a character that's good specifically for the carries you like playing. With a few exceptions that I've already mentioned, right? As much as I'm a meta player, and I pull with a very heavy emphasis on meta, not everyone who cares about meta will necessarily want to pull for the strongest meta characters. And I think it's very important to provide a point of view that isn't just focused on the goal of creating the strongest two possible teams in the game. I think it's important to remind people that if you like a specific carry and you want to play them, you will probably enjoy yourself more if you pull for characters that work in those teams specifically than if you just pull for a character because everyone says they're good. Even if they are good. If you don't end up using them, who cares how good they are? In any case, overall, in terms of pull value, she is definitely one of the best characters to pull because there aren't that many accounts that won't use XILONEN if they pull her. The question is just, will she improve your teams more than a different character would? And often the answer to that is no. So you should take that into consideration when you're deciding whether or not you go for her. Who doesn't want another Kazuha? I mean, I only really use Kazuha when I play Nevilette nowadays, and once Escoffier comes out, I won't. Two Girls Mawika is underrated. I agree. I don't think it's that great, because your Night Soul is going to be scuffed, obviously, if your last slot isn't XILONEN or Yansan. But for people that don't have them and that are using Kazuha, open your eyes. Just play Sucrose, bucko. Anyways, what was I saying before that? Yeah, I think that does it for her overall strength and pull value. So I think it's time to start taking questions directly from chat. As a reminder, for the people watching live, if you have a question that about XILONEN specifically that you want to ask for the Ask Zajef, make sure to at me in your message so that I know which chat messages are questions for the Ask Zajef and which ones aren't. So yeah, let's start taking questions. Would I have a noticeable DPS increase for C2 or Lakino if I decided to pull XILONEN? No. When it comes to just the amount of damage that you do on Arlecchino, in a reaction team, let's say you do this. I'm gonna need to put a waypoint down. I'll go here. I shouldn't have swapped my team yet. I should have used Veresa to run. Oh well. Is it faster to open my party menu just to put Veresa on the team? Probably, but whatever. Oh, I don't have any energy. That's kind of cooked. Use a local legend. The fucking, you were talking about the, like, Earthguard local legend, or whatever it's called. There's grass right next to it, so it's kind of hard to test stuff with melt or vape. Because the grass starts burning and you fuck up your reactions. Anyways. We don't talk about that, it's fine. We don't talk about that either. What the fuck was that, man? So your first attack on Arlecchino, 172k here. Alright, so around 170k with XILONEN. With my current gear. Actually, okay, she's on Petra. Did I pick up the Petra crystal? I might not have. Oh well. First attack here, 230k. Just in terms of your screenshot damage in a melt team, you get significantly more using Sucrose than pretty much anything else. At C2 on Arlecchino, you get an additional massive hit as part of your front-loaded damage, which is going to be something that happens while you're still buffed by Sucrose, both with VV and the like 200 and something EM she provides. Because of that, you will often get better results using Sucrose than using XILONEN with a C2 Arlecchino. Outside of melt teams, there's also vape teams. In vape teams, your VV setups tend to be a bit harder to do, and so there's a bit more of a reason to use XILONEN. And other than that, there's the Mono Pyro teams and the Shivers teams. Obviously, XILONEN won't work in in Shivers. And in Mono Pyro, if not for XILONEN, your options for the last slot are a bit more limited. And with a high Constellation Arlecchino, you would much rather focus on her personal damage than use a character like Channeling that has personal damage themselves. And so XILONEN is a pretty good addition to this team here. So it basically just depends on which Arlecchino teams you're playing. If you're doing the vape teams with XILONEN is pretty good. She makes her setups easier, but the damage will be lower than Sucrose. If you're doing the melt teams, honestly, the setups aren't even really easier. So I would just pretty much always use Sucrose. Even Kazo has better than XILONEN, but a bit less. It's less of a gap. In the Monopyro teams, I'd say that it's worth getting. And in the Chivalrous teams, obviously, it doesn't work. Alright, next question. Genuine take on DPS XILONEN. It's pretty fucking dog shit. There's a lot of issues with it. The numbers are just, I mean, obviously my talents aren't leveled, so I can't do some proper showcasing of it. But the numbers are just not very good. And then on top of that, you also have additional quality of life stuff, because if you dash during your uptime, you lose half your fucking Night Soul. Well, it's not half, but it does mean that you end up being able to do less dodging enemy attacks, which is pretty annoying. I think conceptually it's really cool, and the design of it, the fact that her skill allows her to be a carry with a specific team building restriction, and it prevents her from being a support. I think it's really cool design-wise, but numbers-wise, it's not very good, unfortunately. Alright, next question. How good is she for Vrisa Farina teams if I don't have Xianyun? Just worse than Overload? Pretty significantly worse than Overload, yeah. Oh, Xianyun is already worse than Overload, although not by that much. And XILONEN is quite a bit worse than Xianyun. For multiple reasons. Number one of the advantages that XILONEN provides is better uptime. But in a Varesa team, there's no downside to swapping out of Varesa, which means you can go refresh your VV if you need to. So that better uptime doesn't really matter. The next is just the numbers. The numbers are better with Xianyun. And the last one is that your default combo with XILONEN in a full rotation unfortunately includes charge attacks, which are annoying as fuck to do. One of the nicest things that Xianyun provides to Varesa teams is the ability to get the plunges that you would otherwise need charge attacks for just by jumping. And because Varesa's charge attack is so slow and clunky, it feels so much better to play. Right? Because if you don't do charge attacks, you just look at a default rotation with XILONEN on a Varesa team. Rotation's gonna have to be a little bit. No, actually, we'll be fine. Yeah. If I swamp out after this attack here, I have like 2 seconds of cooldown left on my Farina skill, a little bit more than that. Which means you either lose 2 seconds staring at the enemy, or you have to add charge attacks into your rotation. Obviously, it's better to do the latter. With Xianyun, you can just do those with normal jump lunges and swap back to Farina pretty much exactly after 20 seconds. We don't talk about the current. Well, I don't have a single attack main stat right now, and I'm not on TDDS, so let's not talk about whatever the fuck that damage was. But yeah, yo, you might as well show the actual damage you do. So that people can internalize the damage difference for themselves a bit better. Although, to be fair, I have C1, which makes Shannon a bit worse. Whatever. Whatever. And there's also the fact that we're getting a bit less value from Xianyun on the first rotation because we don't have as much HP to heal because we're already close to full health. But anyways. But yeah, so for Verissa, it's fine. If you don't have Shogurs and you don't have Xianyun, you can use XILONEN. But honestly, like, you only need one copy of Chevreuse to make XILONEN not part of Verissa's best teams on your account. Alright, next question. Can you run Navidad, Sitlali, XILONEN, and Farina? Yeah, you can. It's definitely one of the things you can do. If that's what you're doing, though, Escoffier is just going to be significantly better than XILONEN in a team like that, right? You get more shred, and you get personal damage, so it'll be a pretty big difference. But, oh well. Oh well. And you lose one stock, but you gain Crowder Resonance, which kind of makes up for it, more or less. Anyways, next question. Can you compare XILONEN C2 with Sitlali and Escoffier, both C0 for what? For Navidad? That's a vague question. They do very different things. XILONEN is a very generic support, and like, what do you? I don't understand what you want to know. In their niche in general, well, XILONEN C2 is effectively, it makes her go. Well, I mean, it gives her a bigger buff. It's generally not quite enough to make her better than the, like, specific supports in their respective teams, than the niche supports. But if the niche supports aren't that good, or if they're not that synergistic, so for example, if you look at Escoffier Sitlali, I don't think the Escoffier Sitlali team is better than XILONEN Kazuha if you have XILONEN C2, but it's pretty close. And it's a lot worse than getting 2 5-star pulls on the rest of your team. Like, I think people tend to very often overestimate the value of XILONEN's constellations, right? In a Pyro team. Let's talk about a Mawika team, right? So base attack, attack percent, flat attack, total attack. Mawika is what, 356, I think, base attack. Let's say she's on Serpent Spine. Attack percent is gonna be Power Resonance, Noblesse, personal attack buff from passive, TTDS, substats. For now, let's say it's just that. Flat attack, 350 plus. I mean, if you're considering XILONEN C2, you probably have Aquila for your Bennett. 1202. And then we'll also have CV DM 98.4 plus 80 plus 62.2 plus 20 times 6.6 plus 27.6 times 2 minus 1. And adjusted the attack is going to be this times this. Very cool. So this is going to be XILONEN C2. You add 45% attack. It's about a 10% increase. I need damage percent as well, don't I? How about that? Sorry. What else? What other source of damage percent are there here? Petra, I guess. Alright, and then we have Serpent Spine damage. So here we remove that. And then attack percent, we get 20%, no, 28% times 1.75. And crit value, we get 11 times 2 plus 20% times 1.75. Alright. So, the value you get from XILONEN C2 on Mawika is about 10% more damage. Alternatively, Mawika's signature gives you about 17% more damage compared to Serpent Spine. And you don't have to stack the Serpent Spine, which is also a nice little thing. Basically, XILONEN C2 is 2 5-star pulls, or half of the increase that you get for one specific 5-star pull. And this is very, very often going to be the case on a lot of her teams, honestly. If you consider one 5-star pull's value versus XILONEN C2, generally, XILONEN C2 is worth about a 4th or a 5th as much. That being said, it will be something that works on all the teams where you use XILONEN. So it's just, do with that information what you will. We talk about how useless the Electro thing is in XILONEN C2. Nah, you don't get it. The Electro thing makes it so you can do 15-second rotations with Sino. It's massive. Trust. You get to actually have more official damage that way. It's insane. You can do infinite DPR Sino without it anyways. Yeah, but that's not the problem. It's Fischl. Fischl's the problem. Can you explain how Iskafi provides more shred in the full cryo plus hydro teams instead of 3 cryo slash hydro plus XILONEN slash Kazuha? Because 55 is more than 36 or 40? I'm not entirely sure where the confusion is coming from. I don't think that's a particularly hard statement to get behind. The number 55 is larger than the number 36. It's also larger than the number 40. Chatter is talking about Kazuha and XILONEN together? No, they very clearly are not. Otherwise, they would not have said 3 cryo slash hydro plus XILONEN slash Kazuha. They mean both together? No, they don't. Again, I literally read the message out loud, and it literally says 3 cryo slash hydro plus XILONEN slash Kazuha. Come on, guys. You guys are smarter than this. I believe in you. Okay, anyways. Next question, and this is a good one. If New Abyss has 3 teams, will XILONEN be better now since some carries might have their support stolen by other teams? That's a very interesting one. So, we have had slightly sus leaks of a new endgame mode coming in the future. And if those leaks are to be believed, it will have 3 teams instead of 2. If that is true, it will be a pretty important factor when it comes to deciding how to build your teams. And it'll make XILONEN a bit better. Obviously, the more teams you have to play at the same time, the more characters you have to use. And if you are using carries that have overlap in their best teams, then XILONEN being available as a potential replacement will be nice. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you always will use her. Personally, once that comes out, since I'm planning on getting Escoffier, the default teams I'll do will probably be Varesa, Yonsan, Chevreuse, Maoika, Neuvillette, Seatlolly, Escoffier, Farina, and then Nahida, Raiden, Singto, Yelan. Which means XILONEN will not be doing shit. Why not Maoika Melt? Because Veresa is fun, and I like playing Veresa. It's 0 energy. That's a little sus to me. I don't think that's necessarily true. I can also play Maoika, and if I do, then I probably do end up using XILONEN, because I'm not taking Yansan away here. But oh well. Anyways, so yeah, XILONEN will be helping you, but she won't necessarily be impactful. It'll depend on which characters you use and whether they want XILONEN or not. And it'll depend on whether the carries you have any overlap in their teams. If I did want to do Veresa and Maoika at the same time, because I only have one Yansan, it would be a little rough without XILONEN. It would still work, right? You don't need a third Night Soul generator in a Maoika team when you have Silali. But it is better. Alright, next question. What would be the best triple Geo carry XILONEN with Goro team if I really like her and hate myself that much? I'm not entirely sure. I haven't done that much DC on XILONEN carry past realizing that it's complete garbage. Definitely Farina. I'm not sure what the last slot is. I mean, probably Chiori. Does Goro's burst count as a construct for Chiori? I don't actually know. I forgot. No? Oh. Oh, that's cooked. Oh, and you don't get healing from ult. Fuck, I forgot. I forgot you don't get the healing either. Oh, man. So I guess the best option is not a Geo unit. It's probably just Xianyun. Oh. Yeah. Or you can do quad Geo, yeah, with like Chiori, Zhongli, or Chiori Albedo. Based. How ass is this? Probably really fucking ass. My XILONEN isn't currently built, but it's fine.
Letting brave names echo.
Solidified.
Let's pretend the last 20 seconds didn't happen. Let's take the next question. She's not built, chat. Okay, like, it's not her fault right now. Would you suggest getting XILONEN or any generic support for newer players who don't know in what teams they want to invest? Yeah. XILONEN, I think, is a lot more impactful on new accounts than she is on older accounts. For sure. Next question. Will Escoffier be better for Risley than XILONEN? Yes, significantly so. Next question. Isn't Escoffier more future-proof than XILONEN? I mean, yes and no. Like, Escoffier will be a part of Cryo and Hydro characters' best teams probably forever, honestly, seeing how goddamn big her numbers are. And XILONEN is a character that's likely to be slowly phased out. But she isn't more versatile. So, it is what it is. If they release another support for Cryo, that support is probably power creeping Shenhe, not Escoffier. Yeah, if they release another character that works in freeze, unless it specifically forces you to not have mono freeze, they would knock out the carry before they knock out Escoffier. Escoffier is just that good. Like, it's yeah. Anyways, next question. I feel like with how newer DPS units are doing more and more damage, sub DPS damage starts meaning less. That's fair. At least that's how I feel with Emily's situation. When she came out, her numbers seemed good, but now not so much. I mean, her numbers didn't seem that good when she came out. But I mean, that's fair. If they keep making carries that are just as much power creep as they are, it'll definitely slowly phase out characters where their main purpose on a team is to deal damage. Characters like Emily. Even characters like Fischl, to some extent, are likely to get phased out eventually. Nowadays, the main teams where you play Fischl are teams where either you're getting Aggravate, so she is doing a lot of damage, or you need an Electro character to get Chevreur's shred uptime. And she's just the Electro character that does the most. But if we end up getting a buffer that has off-field Electro, it might actually phase out Fischl. If Beyonce had off-field Electro, honestly, it probably would phase out Fischl in a lot of those Pyro characters' teams. Alright, next question. Can you briefly talk about the synergy between C2 XILONEN and Mono Geo Noel with Farina? Sure. I've already talked about how XILONEN's constellations are kind of weak when it comes to constellations in general. But there is one exception to that, and that's for Geo carries. In Geo teams, because XILONEN requires 2 swirlable characters in the party in order to get her shred, having her in those Geo teams prevents you from using Goro. Now, in terms of numbers, Goro compared to other niche supports is goddamn awful. However, Geo doesn't have access to a good niche buffer, and compared to generic supports, Goro is still better. Because a lot of the generic supports don't work too well for Geo teams. Bennett, for example, gives attack, and technically, Ito is an attack scaler, but the amount of attack you get is definitely, because you already have so much attack from Ito's defense to attack conversion, it's a lot less impactful. Right, you'll go from like 4k to 5k instead of 2k to 3k. A lot less significant. XILONEN C2 makes it so that you will get the shred even if you have 3 Geo characters on the team, which is a pretty big deal actually for those teams, because you now have access to a Geo healer. The biggest, I guess, downside to that is that it won't necessarily be that much better than Xianyun. And between, if you have Xianyun and XILONEN, between getting XILONEN C2 to make her work in the team, or getting Furina's C2 to make the XILONEN version of the team better, you're a lot better off getting Furina's C2. Oh yeah, and you still don't get the healing, right? I'm an idiot. I forgot. Pat, I'm Cornge. Dude, I always forget about the healing, because you pretty much never play those teams. Okay, we start over. We start over. So I guess then the teams you do with XILONEN C2 probably still are the Xianyun teams, right? I don't have Ito, but we'll just pretend like this is Ito. Or you do like actual 4 Geo. Maybe. But yeah, the question is getting XILONEN C2 better than doing this with Furina C2? I don't think it is, honestly. I mean, even this, even without the healing, like this, because of the C1, you still get good fanfare, and the C2, right? But yeah, so basically, if you already have constellations on Furina, it's something you can consider. But otherwise, it's probably gonna be a bit worse than getting cons on Furina. Alright, next question. How good is XILONEN Furina Yelan wheelchair? Yes, Jamie, I am. I mean, it's pretty good. If you're playing... I'm actually kind of curious if there's a GC sim of just those 3 characters. If I sort by damage from low to high, there isn't. Damn. Tragic. Probably like 35k. No, it's definitely more than that. How many hits do you get? Oh. Okay. So 14 for 50. If you just put a character on the team that doesn't like, and you don't swap into them, you'll get the one more stack from Yalon. So it's 18%, 46.6. 20 times. No, I'm an idiot. 25 from residents, 20-ish from subs. $46.6. Even if you don't go Malish, I'll say 150, 250. Cinder City. $25-ish average from her own stuff. Good value. Good multiplier. EHP. Motion value. Damage. Crit value 98.4, 62.2, 20 times 6.6. 31.2 from Slingshot. EHP. Find it. Motion value. 38.4 times 2 plus 12.42 plus 8.28. If you're not swapping to anything else, you'll get more than 15 procs, I think. You probably get 16. And then Farina. $15,307. HP percent. We don't get this, but we get Goblet. Oh. Damage percent. We don't get the Circlet. We don't get Emblem. We do get Farina's own stuff. We get Cinder City. What was this? That was Yalon buff, so we don't get that. But we get 28%, and we get 70% from Golden True. And we get 32 from Festering. Great value. We get 24 from Festering. Motion value. 13.4 plus 1.4 times 5.49 times 13 plus 10.13 times 5 plus 14.09 times 4 plus 19.4. Yes, this is about 20. About 60k. Wheelchair damage, which is higher than the sim because this sim unfortunately swaps the Fremine, so you lose damage. Yeah. This makes more sense. This is, well, oh no. Well, whatever. Close enough. But yeah, 60k DPS is like, honestly, generally kind of enough to clear. So, you can wheelchair pretty much anyone with that. Alright, next question. If I want both XILONEN and Escoffier almost equally, but can't guarantee both, should I just skip XILONEN to avoid the 4 stars on that banner? Or just keep pulling on XILONEN and hope I get lucky for Escoffier? Well, I expect XILONEN to get a rerun faster than Escoffier, so if you really, really, really want both, I do think that if you want to guarantee it, you're better off going for Escoffier first. But at the end of the day, Hoyo could just decide not to give XILONEN a rerun. So, I mean, it is what it is, man. We're at their mercy, unfortunately. Next question. How does Zhongli compare to, or how does XILONEN compare to Zhongli in Navia teams? She's better. But Zhongli's pretty comfy, so it's not that bad. It's a lot better if you're using Maoika, obviously, because Fighting Spirit, but if you're not using Maoika, honestly, you're fine on Zhongli. Next question. Do you think XILONEN is more friendly towards casual player than specific supports because they might not want to play the most optimal teams? I mean, not really. If you don't want to play a specific team because you don't like the units, that could happen to XILONEN too. Casual players aren't gonna decide not to play a Chevreuse team because they don't want to play the best team. If you don't want to play a Chevreuse team, it's like for a reason. Like as a casual player, it's probably just because you don't like one of the characters there. If you like XILONEN and you don't like Chevreuse, then yeah, obviously. But like, that's only if you like XILONEN. Alright, next question. How's XILONEN with Raiden? Currently running Raiden, Xingqiu, Sucrose, Yao Yao. Haven't played for a while. That's not a very good... Well, actually. Oh boy. That's a good team, but not because... I mean... I think this is a casual player who's playing Raiden on a normal build, but... Okay. To answer your question, XILONEN is not very good for Raiden. Raiden's best team is going to be Hyper Bloom stuff, but it's a team where you don't really use Raiden's burst, so if you are a relatively casual Raiden main, probably not the Raiden team you want to play. I would encourage going for Chevreuse teams if you want to like use Raiden's burst and on-field her. Alright, next question. I go back to the game somewhat recently and I want to pull Maoika in the future. How necessary is XILONEN for her with Fighting Spirit generation? Do you have Yansan? If you have Yon-san, don't bother. If you don't have Yon-san, yes, C6, okay, don't bother then. Like, XILONEN can situationally be better than Yon-san for Maoika, because she front loads the fighting spirit generation, so if you kill the enemy with your burst initial hit, the next chamber, your first burst isn't going to be full fighting spirit. But in terms of actual DPS, Yon-san is better than XILONEN. So, and honestly, in most situations, even if you get your first burst a little weaker, it won't really change your clear time. So if you have Yon-san, XILONEN is already kind of a whatever thing for Maoika. And if you have Yon-san C6, like, you can get her, and if you do get her, you probably will use her here and there. But it is not a particularly efficient use of your primos. Right, next question. So I guess XILONEN if I already have Kazuha, Furina, and Furina C1 and Citlali R1, or get Escoffier. Well, it depends on who you want to play. Blood, what do you... Blood telling Tula I probably won't answer because I'm recording and deciding to put the word room evacuation in the chat that might be present in the YouTube video. Like, okay, buddy, thanks. Nice. Good one, bucko. Alright, next question. How valuable is the versatility of a generic support nowadays when we're getting more niche supports? I think the best way to look at it is, if you go for generic supports, you get to pull for more different carries. Because you'll be able to play those carries without necessarily also getting their niche supports. The problem is, if the Skirk leaks are to be believed, there's going to be such an incredibly large difference between Skirk teams with Escoffier and without her, that Skirk might just end up unplayable without Escoffier. And if that's a trend, like if that's indicative of a trend to come for future character releases, that would make characters like XILONEN pretty worthless. So I'm not entirely sure. It's hard to say yet. It's hard to say for now. Alright, next question. Besides Chiori and Albedo, who can max out her weapon? What? Are you talking about using her signature as a support weapon on other characters? I mean, anyone can max it out if you build a lot of defense on it. Pretty sure. I don't think there's anyone that has base defense so low that it's impossible to max out. But who can effectively use the weapon? No one. You can use it on Bennett, but having to do 2 normals is kind of annoying. Is there any sword character that doesn't mind doing 2 normals as a support? Not really. I think so. I mean, that's fair. But also, you're probably better off building him for personal damage anyways, so it's not really better. Farina? But you don't want to have to do 2 normals on Farina. And you want to build her for personal damage. Yeah, I can't think of a sword character where doing 2 normals to activate Peak Patrol is better than just putting them on another weapon. Oh well. Do you expect XILONEN to get power crept in the generic slot? Yes and no. I do expect there to be characters in the future that are fairly generic and that are more powerful than XILONEN. But I don't expect them to be as... Basically, I could see versatile characters with buffs that are shorter duration than XILONEN coming out soon. Or maybe a bit less versatile, something like that. But, yeah. Right. Next question. I'm planning to get C2 Maika. Does Bennett really become useless and XILONEN is better? No. Where do you hear that? Huh? Like, let's look at the amount of damage you gain from Bennett's buff. Let's do this, I guess. This divided by this minus 1202. Minus 45% of yeah. Yeah. This is the amount of damage XILONEN gains from Bennett at C0 with Sig. This is the amount of damage XILONEN gains from Bennett at C2 with Sig. Actually, that's not true. The C1 also changes things a little. Sorry. Hot. But 42 is still more than XILONEN. XILONEN's still good, because especially at C2, you will pretty much always be killing the enemies with initial hit of burst. So front-loading the fighting spirit is going to be nice. But like, Bennett is a little bit less powerful at with C2 Moika, but he's not bad at all. Actually, wait. I forgot the C6. Sorry, this is the buff you're getting. Sorry. Anyways, yeah, exactly. He's still him. Pretty much. Ça fait des années. Et de juger, c'est facile. Surtout quand on n'y a pas goûté. Le plus dur, c'était la première fois. Puis le plus dur, c'est de savoir quand sera la dernière fois. C'est vrai, je suis pas contre un peu de tendresse de temps en temps. Et puis cette fois-ci, bah, je pourrais le faire en l'insultant. C'est négociable dans la vie moyennant paiement. En plus, je suis sûrement son meilleur client. Alright, next question. Do you think that with more and more enemies in Abyss having specific mechanics, like Secret Swords with Automaton, pulling more characters is better than vertically investing in two teams, thus making XILONEN more valuable? I guess you could say that to some extent, but you'll probably get, if you go for vertical investment on the strong teams, they can probably brute force through most of the mechanics, honestly. Like, I'd play my Verissa team against the Seahorse long before I play Yoimiya, you know? Even fucking C1 Yoimiya with C2 XILONEN or something like that. Like, anyways. Next question. Extra, that is not a question about XILONEN. Not a XILONEN is not even included in your question. XILONEN burst before or after N2E in Farina teams? It depends. You don't want to burst before using E, generally, because of Crystallize ICD. If you trigger Crystallize with your burst, it can end up yoinking your Cinder City buff, and you only get the 12 instead of 40, which is fucking not ideal. But between E burst N2 and E N2 burst, honestly, it doesn't really matter most of the time. Next question. Is this gonna be better than XILONEN in child teams? So freeze versus mono hydro hyper carry child. Okay, Tula, you gotta calm the fuck down. But yes, Escafie is going to be significantly better than XILONEN if you're playing mono hydro child. If you want to play like mono hydro quote unquote carry child, and we're still gonna use Charlotte as a placeholder, your best bet is probably gonna be this. And this will be a sizable upgrade to your current mono hydro teams on child. It probably won't be as good as using this instead. But Child himself will be doing more damage, and I assume that's what you're looking for if you are playing a team like that. But yeah, like right now, even on a Neuvillette team, it's an upgrade, and Neuvillette loses a stack from having to use, or from using the Escoffier team, right? So obviously, if you're playing a carry that doesn't lose damage from losing an element on the team, is going to be even more of an upgrade. Anyways, next question. Was the DPS difference in a Xianyun team and XILONEN in Gaming Meld? If you do your setups well, Xianyun is noticeably better, but in practice, most of the time, the Xianyun setups are fucking scuffed as all hell. So I tend to prefer XILONEN anyways. Because, like, okay, the technical... I'll show you what the technical best setup for Xianyun and a Gaming team is, okay? Like, I'll tell you... I'll show you what a perfect setup looks like. Well, I might not execute it perfectly, but I'll at least show you the order of abilities, right? So you can start with an optional Gaming E at the start if you need the energy. But it's basically gonna be Xianyun EQ. Oh, fucking hell, right. This is a Hydro-infused enemy. Whatever. Bennett EQ. Xianyun normal book the swap cooldown. Sitlali EQ, and then Gaming. This is the technical best setup for a Gaming Xianyun team. If you don't book the swap cooldown, you lose Bennett buff on one of your plunges. Am I good on energy? Kind of, yeah. Okay. Is she good on energy? Yeah. Alright. Am I on the right gear? More or less, yeah. Is she on the right gear? Yeah. So. Oh, I got fucking staggered. Whatever. Getting staggered made me lose VV on one of the plunges. Tragedy. So we only did 270k on the last one. But it is what it is. With XILONEN.
Is it time to go?
Should be on Petra right now. I don't think I have my burst though, because the rotation ended too early. Maybe we'll be fine. Begging. Sitlali, please be nice to me. I didn't pick up the Petra. We picked up the Petra. Right? We do about as much damage on a plunge as the plunges that are not VV buffed with Xianyan. But you have one more character on your team that needs energy, which means when you kill enemies early, your next chamber feels like ass. That's honestly the biggest upside of using XILONEN. With the Ansan, it's fine because her ER requirements are pretty low. Why is your Gaming doing so little damage? I'm on a crit rate sans. Or crit rate circlet, I mean. Yeah, that's the build he's supposed to be on. That's why it was too low. You're right.
Everybody stand.
Pick up the fucking Petra. Idiot.
Suffer the wrath.
Yeah. So we're doing about 300k. Wish Onion. Please tell me her energy isn't too cooked. Okay, that's fine. We got the HP particles from Meow Blight Drake, so we're fine.
Make way.
I won't book this time because I'm kind of...
Fulfill our path. You two. Up to it, Monzai.
Alright, 370, 380, 380. So it's a noticeable damage difference, but it's less comfy to play. Anyways, next question. Actually, if you want another comfy team, honestly, the Eonsan team is also pretty comfy, and I should probably show that one too as a comparison before I move on to the next question. The Eonsan team has the reverse problem, where the first plunge is a bit less powerful.
Control breathing. Everybody stand. Show no mercy. Suffer the mighty mythical beast.
What? He dodged the fucking application. You... Whatever, man. That's not even Eonsan's fault. That's just fucking... Whatever. Let's try it again. Bad attack RNG.
Quick as a flash. Teamwork is strength. Get to work. You two. Time.
What the fuck? Yeah. So... Our plunges are doing around 300k still. But that's with double Cinder City. Technically, I should have Eonsan on Noblesse and Bennett on Instructor, and I'd have 120 more EM, which would make it a bit. It will make it better than XILONEN. Not quite as much damage as the plunges that happened with VV on Xianyan, but about as good as Xianyan overall. Anyways, next question. Is XILONEN the best last slot on mono teams? It depends. In mono teams where it's not really a mono team, it's just like one carry with Bennett and a couple buffers. Yeah, XILONEN is the best slot here. If you're doing an actual mono team, something like this though, generally I'd say Kazuo has a bit better, but XILONEN is more versatile because against enemies like Tulpa, you still get your shred. So they're both they're all solid, honestly. If someone gets Lolly slash Xilonen cons C6R1 on both, is it better than Escoffier C0? Well, you'd still play Lolly on the Escoffier version, so it's basically, is C6 Xilonen better than Escoffier C0? I'd say it depends on your Farina cons. Actually, no. Probably not, no. Probably not, no. Right, next question. If you don't have any Hydro or Cryo carries, is it worth going for Escoffier for Farina over Xilonen? Might go for Skirk. If you are going for Skirk, then yes, you definitely would want Escoffier. If it's not sure yet, then I mean, I don't know. Maybe. Next question. Is Xilonen good at breaking elemental shields? No. Or Abyss shields. Are you talking about the Void shields from Papilla? No, she's pretty bad at it. Next question. Can you go over the teams where her Sig is better than Fav? Sure. Basically, okay, her Sig is almost always better than Fav, but the question is just by how much, right? What you get from the Sig is a little bit over 25 damage percent. What you get from Fav is energy particles that lower your ER requirements. Lower ER requirements means that your artifacts can have more attack crit because they don't need as much ER. The only teams where Fav is doing very little are teams that have like a lot of particle generation, like Neuvillette teams. In a Neuvillette team, the effect of Peak Patrol is going to be pretty much at its best. Or maybe in a Mawika team where your carry doesn't need ER, or an Arlecchino team, right? Where your carry doesn't need ER, it's just your supports that do, and you have a lot of energy on your Citlali and your Bennett. No Fav on a team like this can actually make your ER requirements too high on Bennett or Citlali, but Peak Patrol plus Skyward is better than Fav plus Aquila. But Peak Patrol is pretty much never better than getting a Constellation or a Sig weapon on your carry. Next question. I have to funnel Mawika E into Bennett with Peak plus Aquila sometimes in that team. Yeah, pretty much. Although you don't mind doing that in this team. Because in this team, you don't want Cinder City, you want Petra or Constructor. And those have lower uptime, so swapping to Bennett after Mawika and before Xilonen is often better. Right? You do Mawika E, Bennett EQ, Xilonen E, and then Zitlali. What the fuck is the build on my Mawika? How did she not crit on her burst? Anyways. Oh, it's because Gumming is fine. Right. Alright, next question. I think we'll take one or two more and then that'll be it. What kind of new supports would make XILONEN more relevant? I don't think any kind of new supports would make XILONEN more relevant. Supports that overlap with other supports and don't overlap with XILONEN, I guess, would make her more relevant. But it's not that they make her more impactful, they would just make others less impactful. Next question. Last question. Furina C2 versus XILONEN C2. Furina C2 is pretty much always better than XILONEN C2. Alright, and that's gonna be it for the XILONEN Ask ZAJEF. I hope you learned a thing or two. I hope you enjoyed. And as usual, do the YouTube stuff, like, comment, subscribe. Check me out on Twitch, twitch.tv/Zajef77, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye, YouTube. Okay, business. Alright, chat. Let's do... Let editors know. Alright, good idea. Recorded. XILONEN Ask ZAJEF. You forgot cons? It's not a fucking pre-release. It's an Ask ZAJEF. I answered the questions. There were some questions on cons. But even if there weren't, who cares? If there were no questions on cons, it would have been because no one cares about the cons. Alright. What should we play? Pike Lee. Considering. Pike Lee with Superconduct Seat Lolly? Perhaps? No. Yeah, sure. You can send me a DM to them. PMC versus Mavika comparison vid soon. I don't think that's the sort of video I want on my channel. I'd be happy to make one if PMC wasn't pretty bad, but PMC's pretty bad, so I don't know about that one. Thoughts on DPS XILONEN compared to other Geo DPSs? The biggest problem with DPS XILONEN is that you can't play XILONEN as a support. Like, unironically, the best DPS XILONEN team is XILONEN, Kazuha, Yelan, Farina do physical XILONEN. Have you tried that one melt Plungelug with Nahida? Yeah, it's so fucking bad, but it's funny. Oh yeah, Tula. If there's lore questions, yeah. Can you play Plunge Neuvillette? I heard about it, but I wasn't sure if it's genuinely good. I mean, it's not very good, but it's not that bad either. I can do it, I don't mind. That means I have to gear. Ugh. Although, the fact that we have Long Night's Oath now is kind of pog. But I don't have any M-Sands leveled. Do I level this? No. It is what it is, I guess. This'll do. On the other side, I yoinked my Long Night's Ult from Verissa. Cooked. I can't play Verissa. I'll play Arlecchino. Is that Plunge Neuvillette? Yes.
Control breathing. You asked for it. By royal decree.
Oh, what? Where did my E go? What? What?
Hands where I can see 'em. Stolen. Oz revealed.
What the fuck was that all about, man?
Overruled. Drop your weapons. Justice will prevail. Quick as a flash.
As you wish, Mena.
what's the setup for this again? Right.
Skyward! Seize the sky! Teamwork is trick! Let's light it up! Let's light it up! Everybody stand!
Bow your head.
Make way for your toast! Nice and spicy!
Oh. We swirled the Electro from his thing, which kind of fucked over our setup.
Teamwork is dreamwork! Yeah! Let's light it up! Off we go! Let's light it up!
Oh my god, we're so cooked.
I'm going in!
Silence.
Seize the skies! Eat this! Booba, get it!
Fuck you.
Bow your head.
Yeah, we're not gonna get it.
Teamwork is dreamwork! Let's light it up! Why do they never met? Let's light it up!
Settle down.
That's fine though. That's just a fucking seahorse problem. It's not Nebulet's fault.
Silence. Let the mighty be humble.
I don't want to burst, man.
Control breathing! Let's... Final warning!
Fuck.
Transfixed!
You know what? I'll heal up. I might as well.
Stronger! Shadow Raven!
Oops. Yeah, that's fucking annoying.
I summon thee!
No rest for the.
This is where you
Alright. Okay. So
Teamwork is trick!
Settle.
Stray cloud converge! Your toast! Booba, get them!
oh, I was out of range. Fuck!
Let's light it up! I'm going in! Seize the skies!
None oversight
Fuck.
on my part. Bow your head. Be sanctified.
need the energy, man. We're kind of cooked.
Everybody stand back. Let's Brave cloud confirmed.
Fuck. Whatever, man. We're cooked. We're cooked. The fact that this prevents us from doing reaction damage cooks us way too much.
Make way for the Adeptus.
How the fuck was there a pyro ore on him? He shielded up again? Whatever. I give up, man. I give up. That's enough of that. You've got an enemy that fucking sucks so much on Chamber 1. And an enemy that completely invalidates reaction teams that don't have enough raw DPS to break the white shield. And then Hydra-resistant enemies. Don't make me do this again. Please. Begging. Like, ROMC carry in a plunge team, you mean? Or support? For Navidad. Oh. No, it's too slow. Application is way too slow. Like, you could if you book it, but like if you book swap into PMC to apply Pyro and then back to Navinet for a plunge, sure. But that's just too much, man. Does the white shield from my up care about you doing damage that counteracts its element? No. But it prevents you from being able to vape or melt. That's the only real thing to keep in mind. Vape and melt doesn't work. Alright, chat. Should we do some UID reviews? Who wants a UID review? Alright, Mac Miller's dog. Let's do yours. So, first thing I notice, this Molani's level 80. That's not ideal. And this is an attack sense, is it not? She's not an attack scaler. Or is this the stance that you use on both Mawika and Molani, and you put it on Molani. Okay, okay. I see. That makes sense. That makes sense. Thank God. Okay. You should level her burst talents. They're pretty big. She does not have enough ER. My goodness. No fav. Oh boy. Yeah, Eonzon is really nice for you, because Tidal Shadow. Eshu? Wow. Tragedy. Catch? That can't be right. Did you not get the torch? You should level the torch for this. Man. That's cooked. He's usually just on Fab, I see. Oh. I think you're probably better off doing Varesa, Chevreuse, Fischl, Shangling over playing Molani. Actually, no, if you free up XILONEN, you don't need Eonson here anymore. So you can do Malwika, Bennett, XILONEN, Rosaria. And then on the other side, Varesa, Eonson, Chevreuse, Shangling. That should be by far your best two teams. Yeah, 100%. That's what you should do. And just from using those teams instead, you should be able to 36. Yeah, your Molani is too cooked. It's not going to be good enough. Just play Varesa first side and Mawika second side. Isn't Molani, Shangling, Sucrose, Candace nice for them? No, because it's a Molani team. Also, this Abyss is really ass for Molani. This is the teams I would do on you if I were you. I did that and still kind of couldn't 36 star. Do you think it's because of investment or skill issue? It's probably a mix of both. You should be on 4-piece emblem if you're doing that. And catch and give the fav to Eonson. This is alright. Alright, fuck it. Mike Miller's dog. Do you want me to do your Abyss? Yeah? Alright. Send me a DM. Is this the second or is it the third time I do your Abyss? On Discord, yeah. What region is it again? EU. Let's do this, chat. Yeah, the fact that channeling isn't C4 is kind of a big deal for this Abyss, unfortunately, but it should still be fine. Alright, let's just make sure we're using the right weapons. We only have 2 favs. Oh, that's kind of tragic, the fact that they got refined. Would have been a lot better to keep them unrefined, so you could have more of them. And then C or R2 catch. Aware. Well, that's fine. And we don't have Fab, right? Yeah. ER requirements are going to be a little cooked, right? Yeah, I remember. I remember doing this account, man. Oh boy.
The special security and surveillance patrol.
Is it C2 Rosario? It's not. Right. Yeah, I'm not getting your Sauron Chamber 11. You're gonna have to do that one yourself. Alright. That did not hit me. Scuffed. I'm gonna restart. I fucking hate this game sometimes. God, I hate it. I hate getting stuck. Whatever. Fuck! Good enough, I guess. Fucking title shadow, annoying bullshit. We hit it while it still had its spawn resistances. That's kind of tragic. That didn't hit? Oh, that's frustrating. It's fine. You already have 3 stars on this chamber anyways, so it's not the end of the world. But it's fucking annoying nonetheless. It's gonna be faster to just finish this. Okay, fuck you, man. I'm bad, whatever. Just get me out. I'm not gonna get it before it shields back up. Also, it would be really nice if you guys stopped do the fucking ping redeem when I'm trying to concentrate on something. Like, it's not funny, you're just goddamn fucking annoying. And you're pissing me off. Like, sudden noises when you're trying to focus is fucking, whatever. You're probably gonna need 2 downs here. And I probably don't need to use my bursts for the 2nd down. Keep them for the last chamber. Is a minute 30 gonna be enough? It might not be, actually. I fucked up. We're cooked. We're already cooked. It's... Oh god, it's EU ping diff. It's EU ping diff. It was actually like 1 frame too late. Nice dodge. I fucking hate this game! Why did you auto-target all the way over? Okay, thank God. I almost got Omega tilted there. I mean, I am Omega tilted, actually. Let's not get that wrong. But I almost got a lot more tilted. use for Eon-san buff. I really should have used Eon-san ult. Yeah, I wasted fucking 10 seconds because I wanted to keep my ult. I shouldn't have bothered.
New weapons. Control breathing.
Nice dodge. I need to fucking keep remembering that he just dodges my ult. And my plunge. What an annoying loser this is, man.
Stop right there. Stronger. Nice and spicy. Justice o'clock. Yeah.
Did I forget to change the Xiaoling build? And give her 4 emblem? I think I did.
Look out below. US.
I'm pretty sure I forbore.
Control breathing. Get them. Ow, ow, ow. Hero incoming. Oof. Hi. Headbutt. Hero incoming. Heads up.
I'll just use the Eon-san ult this time.
Let's nice and spicy. Hi. Oof. Hero incoming. Light it up. Bring it. Everybody stand. Shiver. Yeah. Light up.
I fucked that up real bad. But I guess it's fine.
Let's light it up. I'm going in. Judgment. Hit. Wrath from the sky.
That's annoying as fuck. We didn't crit.
Let the mountain's veins boil. Yeah. Yeah. Teamwork is strength. Pyroclastic
Please
strike.
crit this time. My god, it does no damage.
Try and stop me. Bring it. Let's light it
And
up.
my E missed. Yeah, we're cooked. Okay, you know what? I don't actually think this is doable. You need to get some fucking... Okay, I told you this last time, alright? You need to get some Noblesse artifacts for your Bennett, okay? You can't be playing 200 ER Bennett if you don't have Fav on XILONEN. Like... It doesn't fucking work, okay? As it turns out, not having your ultimate ability on a character that does nothing outside of their ultimate ability is a big problem. Whatever, I give up. It's doable, but honestly, because this is your fault, because I told you to farm Noblesse, and you haven't, I'm strongboxing it, but it's not going very well. You have multiple +0 Noblesse pieces with ER substats. You just need to level some of them. Anyway, sorry. I'm a little frustrated. It's not that big of a deal, right? Like, it's fine. I realize I overreacted a bit. I apologize, but I don't want to keep going. I'm sorry. Artifact XP aware. Well, listen, buddy. If instead of strongboxing, you were using those artifacts to level up your fucking +0 pieces, you would have been fine already. Like... Anyways. Me next, me next. That's crazy. Do you have a good Blizzard streamer? Asking for no reason whatsoever. I don't even know Blizzard streamer. What about a Maréchaussée? You've got some good Maréchaussée pieces. My god, what the fuck is that? Jesus Christ. Pretty good. All right, chat. I need someone to tell me what it is with Grizzly players and not wanting elemental mastery. I play him in freeze. I see. Alright, because it's C6 Gen, huh? I see, that makes sense then. Oh boy. I mean... Is that a 30 ER circlet? I wasn't paying attention. Where? Oh. Yeah, it is. Yeah, that's a lot of ER. Fucking hell. My eyes fucking hurt. Get this off the screen. I'm down. Who wants to go next? I don't have anything to say about this. Like, frick you. The fuck is this, man? That's a disgusting sentence, by the way. That's about as disgusting as it gets. Fucking hell. Prage, you are so handsome. Alright. Alright, fine. Fine, I'll do it. You got me. That's crazy. Alright. That's pretty good. Dude, what? I mean... There's something really funny about C2 Wanderer on R3 Witsith. I don't know, that's just very funny. What team do you play Alekino in? Travelers? I see. Damn. Tragic. Because Scarlet Sands would have made Melt Arlecchino so pog. I don't have any other good polearms. Yeah, like, it's fine to use this, don't worry, but... It's tragic that you don't use Melt. Based. Torch Raiden. That's so funny. Oh, it's level 1 Torch. Based. Catch. Okay. Okay. Damn. Thank you, Golden Blade. It's a nice thing to say. I hope you have a good time here. Me next, pretty please. Well, Arm King, since you asked so nicely. Alright. You've got Casca. What the fuck is this? Is that like a meme build? Or... Don't mind Chaska, I don't use her. Okay. Okay. Is that intentional? Yes, Vape Lenny. I see. What team do you play? Bennett, XILONEN, Farina? Farina, Bennett, Kazuha. Ooh. Don't know how I feel about Kazuha. Kazuha and Vape Lenny is kind of ass. No? Don't mind his circlet? Yeah, I noticed. You should probably do XILONEN instead, since you have her. Because, like... In order to get a Pyro Swirl, you need to have a Pyro Aura on enemy, but if you're getting a Pyro Aura on enemy, it means Lenny's not vape... Lenny didn't vape something. So he shouldn't be on EM Sands, at least. So I would highly recommend replacing Kazuha for XILONEN in your Lenny team. C3 Shangling. What's your other team? Oh, are you doing Maoika on the other side and that's why you're using Kazuha? Because you need Fighting Spirit for Maoika? No, Malani Maoika Sucrose XILONEN. I see. Oh. Man. I guess both sides really want XILONEN then. Hmm. Yeah, that's kind of sus. That's why I'm sad, yeah. I see. Pretty good build. Honestly, I'm a little lost as to what I'd do if you really want to play Lenny on one side and Molani on the other. I probably would bench the Kazuha anyways. Do Shanling and change this to an attack sense. Or bench the Farina and do Shanling. Either way, I think I'd use Shanling. But yeah. Alright, who wants to go next? Need some help with my Chiori build. Oh. Alright. 27. I mean, there's not much to say about this. This is a pretty good build. Why is it not loading? Oh. Like, obviously level up your talents properly, but other than that, like this seems pretty good. 8 roll flower, 7 roll feather, 5.5 roll sands, 6.5 roll goblet, 5 roll circlet. Hey, this is pretty good. Honestly, I don't really have anything to say. This is more of a flex than a help request, honestly. You're good. You're vibing. Who's next? To do a quick review of my Ayaka team with Escoffier. I assume these are the Escoffier artifacts, so you got Ayaka, Escoffier, Farina, Alright, let's take a look. ER's a bit higher than it needs to be, but it should still be pretty good. Crit rate might be too high with this. Is it? It's plus 15, plus 19.4. Well, you're at 100 point something. So I guess it's fine. Or it's 19.2. Yeah, that's actually kind of an insane build. That's 100, 200. With a good amount of attack percent subs. Not too many wasted rolls, which is nice. If anything, there's 2 things I'd change. One, if you really are an Ayaka main and you want to get the best possible results out of this team, go TOM low, bro. And 2, you probably don't need Fab in this team. You can go for Torch instead. Your Yara comments seem fine on everyone else. Can you check Verisa maybe? Sure. I mean, other than leveling talents, not much to say about this. It's a pretty decent build. You don't want EM Sands in this team. It's not that bad, but like, if you don't have a good attack stance, it's fine to keep her on this, I guess. What a good Moika build, by the way. Holy shit. This is probably top like 0.1%. Yeah, top 0.1%. Chevreuse, why is he not on 5, bucko? You want to explain yourself? Maybe you don't have another 5? Level her to 90 and give her 5. Please and thank you. Yansan, Pog. Looks pretty good. Yeah, pretty good build. Not much to say about this one. Pretty solid stuff, honestly. Why won't my Xiangling hit 70k vapes? It's because you're not showing her that you think she's the best character in the game. It's a pretty good build, but her burst is level 11 and she's not level 90. Bucko. You don't get to complain. And your catch is R1. Wait, that's... Alright, that's on you, honestly. That's entirely on you. Me. Alright, Simon Love Machine. Based, slightly overcapped Neuvillette. Omega based. Isn't your HP a little low? Is this the team you're playing? Get yourself a fav here. And you should look at your HP goblets, because it might be better to go HP goblet, considering how low your HP is. Hmm, 27 crit rolls, 2 EM rolls, 2 attack rolls. That's pretty good. Good amount of EM and subs. That's kind of nice. An okay build. Pretty okay-ish business. Oh. If you're doing Quick and Hytham, wait, I just realized this is 3-piece gilded. Never mind. This is ass. What the fuck is wrong with you? That's dog shit. Why is this here? Give him this. What the fuck? Change it for IT. Okay. Alright. That's fine. Earthshaker Navia. Cooked. Holy. With Moeka as viable? I know, but it's funny. It's funny nonetheless. ER sends, that's not it. So. Yeah, that can't be right. That can't be right. C1R1 Moeka. Not enough crit rate, SMH my head. Alright, chat. I think that's gonna be it for UID reviews today. Is there anything else I want to do? Let's do one more domain run. Let's get an insane artifact. Do the rhythm game? Maybe we can do a bit of rhythm game. Sure.
Burn it down. Stronger. Light of the blazing sun. Justice o'clock.
Is she even re-geared? I think she's on Witsith right now. Because that did more damage than it was supposed to. Yeah. Alright. This is my favorite one from this album. It's been a while since I opened this. Oh. I couldn't. I couldn't, chat. Tragic. Tragic! At least we full streaked it. Alright. This one is a song I hate with a map I love. That was awful. What the fuck? This is my favorite part of the map. Fuck. I forgot to hold. And each OST is better? You mean the map? Or the song? Because the song, this is the worst one. The second worst one here. The map? I disagree. Can you explain why you don't like the song? I don't really know how to explain. It's just unpleasant to my ears. This map is really boring. I guess it's not that boring. It's not that bad, actually. Not the best, but it's not that bad. Fuck, I couldn't. I got it twice. Tragedy. I got 3 times, actually. Didn't notice the third one. Alright, should we do the worst one? Worst map and worst song. Let's do this one. I hate it with a passion. It's dog shit. We can't start this poorly, man. Fuck, that was dog shit. My god. We fucked it up, but it wasn't that bad. So I'll keep going. That was pretty bad. That was pretty bad. It's fine. Let's do Chaska's. Duel Me in the Mist. I'll do Duel in the Mist after this one. This one's pretty good. Pretty average map, but pretty decent song. Well, the map is not bad. Fuck! That was bad. That was such an awful ending. My goodness. Alright, let's duel in the mist and then that's gonna be it, I think. Oh, that's not Yozu. It's been a while since I dueled in the mist. Good start. We're not gonna fucking discant it, or we're not gonna canoe it anyways, so it doesn't matter if I fucking yap. This is a very good start, though. I think I haven't even gotten a good yet. But it doesn't matter because the part in the middle is fucking impossible. Yeah, we already got it good. That wasn't the hard part, though. It's coming up. It's this part. We almost managed to full streak it, even if we got a few goods. We got 2, I think, maybe 3 missed there. really good. Considering how long it's been since the last time, where, yeah, 3 missed. I think it's the first time I have less than 10 not perfect. 17,370, I think that's my high score now. Yeah, it is. Wow. My goodness. This map is so good on Score Exchange. I can take a look at it. The problem is that a lot of user maps use multiple keys at once, and because my keyboard is dog shit, I outright can't do it sometimes. Oh, it doesn't seem like an NA map. Orange. We'll do one user map. Let's see if they're annoying. Wow, that was stupid. Okay, this map is dog shit. Did they not calibrate before doing it? I think they forgot to calibrate before making the score. How is this popular? What? It's outright like a beat and a half too early. How does anyone leave a like on that? That's crazy. Oh, that's fucking sick. That's a really fun one, wow. And I can actually do it because the notes aren't simultaneous. What a fun map this is, holy fuck. What an amazing map. I'll send the link in chat. With this one? It is, right, yeah. For the NA chatters. I want to do it again, dude. What the fuck? That was pretty bad, though. Oh my god. Ooh, I'm bad. Our start was awful, but we really picked it up in the second half. Yeah. We really picked it up, and that was a fucking fun one, my goodness. Fuck. That was okay. Part of the Zajef experience is finding out he's good at stuff you wouldn't expect. Why would you expect I'm not good at this? Hmm? Hmm? Dude. Was that Varesa making my screen shake? What's going on? Fuck you, Varesa, what the fuck? Volcano? Oh, was it the volcano, not Varesa? Okay. Dude. No shot. No shot. No shot. What the fuck? What? What do you mean? Sorry, I guess. What the fuck, man? The map's gone now. We won't be able to find it again. That's fucked up. Sorry, I'll never play this minigame again. This is gonna be the last time. That was dog shit, my god. That was terrible, my god. Awful. We can't finish on that. Let's do this one. What rhythm-related games have you played? None. Okay, I can't do that. Too many notes at once. This is a pretty bad map so far. This is an awful map. It's so desynced. Fuck. What a bad map this was. I'll finish it. This is probably gonna be the last one for today. Why did it finish with that? My god. Alright, that's gonna be it for today, chat. I hope you all enjoyed your stay. Hope you had a good time. A pleasant experience. Don't know what we'll do tomorrow. We'll figure it out later. I have a video to post, though. I'll post the Abyss video. As usual, if you can find it through YouTube, it helps more with the algorithm. If you're too lazy, I understand. Here's a link, posted it in the chat. Go leave a like, comment, subscribe, do all the YouTube stuff, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.